go. Hello. It rained sort of early hours of this morning. It is humid as anything. But you know, rain is good. It's just the heat needs to go away. But hello, we're back with day 3 of the final case. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Trilogy. We are continuing with episode. Case/episode. Hey Leaky. We are continuing with episode 5, Arise from the Ashes. Ha, Dan. That came through in the wrong order, so I see Jection Ob. Or it may have come through in the right order, because that's what my channel saw as well. But anyway, hello Dan, hello Leaky, thank you for the hosts, appreciate it. How are you doing? I was just figuring out, I only have 3 working days in between my holidays, which is a weird coincidence sort of thing, but they're desperately needed. So, you know, the team's great, they'll cope, but I'm just trying to desperately finish off a thing, and I was like, I've had meetings the last 3 days and it's been absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, but I've turned off all my work notifications, and I've got a nice long weekend with my grandpa. So no weekend streams, but I'm back on Tuesday, and then I've got 2 weeks off at the beginning of September. Hungry but under dog. Okay, well, I can't help you with that. If you are not willing to move the dog, you will stay hungry. And ow, Leaky, I'm so sorry you're still feeling poorly. That's the problem with the stupid Rona, is it hangs around like an unwelcome guest. Just tell it to leave. Say you've outstayed your welcome, go away. Yeah, well, hopefully you can, you know, shift it, trick it, get rid of it, and that would be fine. Yeah. So, I don't know whether September is happening on Twitch. I would like to match September subs and donation, not donations, what are they called? Bits. And then of course I've decided to take 2 weeks holiday, a week of which will be spent actually not in my home. Slightly over a week will be spent not in my home, and then I've got a offsite with work. So yeah, half my streaming days in September are gone. So, you know, I'm not sure if people want to sub for, you know, missing out on some streams, but actually the work thing should only Okay, so actually how many streams I'm going to make. So this weekend, but that's still August. And then it'll be Friday to Friday, so there'll be a whole week of streams there. But then I'll be back for the weekend, and then I'll miss Tuesday, but then I'll be back on Thursday. So there's not too many, so there's like 5 streams out of the whole month of September that I'm missing. So I'll probably still do September, match donations, get my extra life pumped up a little. Jesse's already hit $1,000 donation, total donations, so good for him. I still want to do it this year, and I'm hoping that I can still pull in stuff. Twitch not contributing as much as it did last year to stuff, hence the wanting to match. But hey, it's all for charity. Just, like to raise stuff for charity. Just because I'm feeling a bit burnt out, it's really hard to promote stuff because I just have so much tired. It's ridiculous. So hopefully my long weekend with my grandpa will be nice and relaxing, and I'll feel a little bit like promoing my stream for September, and then got October to prep for Extra Life. You're still thinking of a donation condition. Fair enough. I mean, I did say that if I hit my donation goal, I'll have 2 bounties. I set my donation goal higher again this year. I somehow don't think I'm going to reach that. So I am going to be pessimistic and not buy bounties. And then I will do, if it does happen, then I will 100% do a special stream just to eat bounties. But the trouble is, it's like, I'm going to be out for 24 hours. I'm already going to be exhausted, I don't want to feel sick as well. So I know lots of people do, like, getting hit in the face and eating things and throwing up and shaving off their hair. I am not that kind of person. I'm just gonna hope that there's a game or 2 that I want to play that's gonna keep me occupied. Still hoping for the 3rd nonary game to come out. Hoping that still a chance they could announce the 3rd nonary game on Xbox. I don't know. These are the perfect source of midstream energy. No. I have already endured the bounty. I did not enjoy the bounty. So, but that's why I've said 2, because it's just, this is not going to happen. So, no. It was basically like eating plastic. At least it didn't make me ill, which is a first. But yeah, so just, trying to figure out how to promote my Extra Life so that I'm not feeling depressed about it, because, no good feeling like no one's appreciating your efforts. Still trying to avoid being jealous of Jessie. We're on the same team! I can still be jealous. In a camaraderie way. A London cheesecake. What the heck is a London cheesecake? Because I like cheesecake. But the way that you've said that makes me think that it's going to be something I don't like. But I feel like I've heard of this thing before. Square of pastry filled with jam, topped with icing, and then coarsely grated coconut. Where's the cheese? Where's the buttery biscuit base? That's just a freaking nice fancy type thing. Exactly, Dan. Just have a cheesecake. I will, I think, be topping up with more caffeine, powdery drink at the point where I start to flag, because usually I just do it at the beginning of the stream. And then I have that annoying, like, 3 or 4 hours where I'm just feeling grumpy and tired. And then I get fractious. And I don't want to do that, because having a mini breakdown on stream is not, conducive to people wanting to watch. So I think I'm going to have a second shot of caffeine, and then just, like 12 hours in, have a second shot of caffeine. To sort of revive me. But yeah, I'm really wanting, I'm always wanting, like, a long game that I can play. I just want something I can get stuck into, that I'm going to enjoy, but it's not going to be, like, humongously frustrating. What is the day? November 5th, 10 p.m. Game day is the 6th. Oh, no, November 4th, 10 p.m. Game day is the 5th. Whatever the Friday night is. I think it was November 6th last year. November 5th is game day. Hang on. Yeah, November 5th is game day, but I'm starting at 10 p.m. on the 4th, which is a Friday. Unfortunately, Kara doesn't stream. Sorry. Kara doesn't stream on a Friday, so I can't get the easy raid. But maybe other people will be willing to raid in to start me off. I don't know. But anyway, I figure starting at 10 p.m. on a Friday. I mean, it does say that on if you pull my extra life command, I think it says that. Okay, it says November 5th, but I'm starting 2 hours before November 5th. Yeah, but basically I'm starting 10 p.m. on the Friday, because starting at like 10 a.m. on the Saturday is always like no one is up or around. And that way I can just go to bed as normal after my stream and just sleep. The problem is the before bit, and how many days I take off work and how I switch my sleep schedule around. Because last year I just ended up not really sleeping, getting up way too early and being awake for like 30 hours. And by the end of it, I was a little bit hyped up, and then I couldn't sleep because I'd gone past the sleep part. So that was just really silly. But considering the state of my sleep, I don't somehow think I'm going to make it any better. So I just have to make the stream good. Just have to make the stream good. So I welcome suggestions for games. Because at the moment I don't really know. There might be some new stuff out. I mean, I have some point and clicks, but I need something that's going to really be engaging. And ideally that I can play from the beginning. So something I've already started and I need to finish is not the best. And I don't want to spend 24 hours talking. So please don't pick anything that requires all voice. But yeah, if people have suggestions, I can start thinking about what I could stream. But yeah, I think I'll match subs and stuff in September. Because it's September, they tend to reduce the sub cost thingy, so people are more likely to subscribe, I think. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something. Because yeah, my subs have been really low this year. And I keep on hovering around the 400 follower mark, and it keeps on going down, and then I go back up again. But you're never going to keep me down. Chumbawamba. There's a blast from the past. I'm babbling again, but I don't care. I'm talking about stuffs. But yeah, now I've been massively feeling burnt out lately, especially like the last 2 weeks. So yeah, I'm hoping long weekend with my grandpa. peace and quiet, get away from London and the random noises and the horrible smells and some of the heat, because I'm going up north. And the silly stresses. And then I get a week in September with the cats. Sadly, don't get to see my niece, but I get cats, so yay. So hopefully that'll help as well. Because, yeah, I just need to reset my brain. Because, wanting to fall asleep at lunchtime and have a nap, not really conducive to feeling like you're getting work done. Especially if you have to eat and therefore don't have time for a nap, and therefore spend the entire afternoon being tired and not getting anything done. Especially when you have to write lots and lots and lots of words for an R&D tax application. Which I have 3 working days left to do. Because I need to get it done before my holiday. Because I've got holiday and then we've got an offsite. And then it's the end of September and we need to submit it. So, yeah. It's fine. I've got 2 3-hour train journeys. And if I get bored, I can always do some of that because it's a nice distraction. I don't know. And if I can't, then it's okay. Because it's not like I'm supposed to be working. But anyway, it's February 24th, 3:12 p.m. at the Wright & Co. law offices. We're about to start day 3 investigation. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Because no one wants to hear me babbling. No one cares. But yes, drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you? Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know about anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumours about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Mr. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. You see, I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Well, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly! Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. It seems everything is somehow related to this incident. Was it labelled again? The SL9 incident? Yeah. The name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answers. What exactly did or didn't Lana do? I'm not sure I want to know everything. Detention center. Honey. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? Didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, you're wrong. If you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright? Lots of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? This doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved cases. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled. Emma really idolizes her big sister. You're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became detective was to gain experience in investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in... Gant's help in the SR9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police. And he arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Two years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Uncle's making horrible clicking noises. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. Oops. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Tim Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked, so he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was finding some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. Hello! Hi, Alu! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How are you doing? Oh, okay. How was the art? I've got to link my button up again. Thank you, Leaky. Simple stuff. Emotes. Emotes are good. I like your emotes. You've done a really good job with Jesse's ones. But yes, hi, welcome in, raiders. My name is Jo. Today I am playing my third stream in a row of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Case 5. Rise from the Ashes. So hopefully we'll get some answers today. And then I have the weekend off. Ace Attorney. Yeah! It's the Ace Attorney trilogy. Objection! Hence why the title is just Objection. New? Nah, this game's old. Like 10 plus years old. And I mean, it came out on Xbox like 3 years ago. No, this is not new. This is just me not having played it for a while. Yeah, no, I like this game. Yeah, I originally played it on the DS, like, I was trying to figure it out, like, 10, 12 years ago. But yeah, it came out for Xbox, like, 3-ish years ago, I think. 3-4 years ago. And I immediately snapped it up, started playing it, and then immediately kind of, well, not immediately, because I did play it like 2 sessions, but then I sort of forgot. Yep, I've got it on my phone. It's on iOS. I think it's probably on Android as well. It's on Steam, Xbox, it's still on DS. But yeah, you should be able to pick it up easily now. It's like a blast from the past. It's really cool. And it doesn't look that janky considering it's like we used to be on a tiny screen and now it's on a big screen. But yeah. Yeah, so we've just returned to the office and there are bodies on the floor. So when I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I have not seen the film. I know there's like an anime of it, but it's not been in any place that I could watch it. Really. I didn't realise it were films. Was it the anime film thing? Oh no! Wait, did they do like a live action? I don't know. I should look it up again. I do this every time I play it. And I completely... Now you're just trolling me. That was Ace Ventura! Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Come on. But they did actually do a series of this. Yes, I know when I'm being trolled, Dan. Okay, no, that's a false statement. I sometimes know when I'm being trolled, Dan. Sometimes. I picked up Emma and carried her out of the room and just held her. Can't blame her after all the system must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right, quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. A case might not just be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police station, right? Police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay. Can we ask about this? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. He really means it. Okay, let's not show her anything then. Okay, move. Let's just go see if there's anyone in the underground parking lot first. No one's here, not even a star. It's probably looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Okay, so... Is Edgy up here? He's judged with us in here. Maybe he's been questioned. Took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. You watched a new detective series over the weekend and now you want to go to the Faroe Islands. Ooh. What did you watch? Also, have you seen Death in Paradise? That's a good series. It's silly and cringy, but not too cringy. What one's set in the Faroe Islands? Called Trom. Which streaming service is it on? Or is it on a channel? I like detective series. Also, if it's on something I can watch, I could possibly watch that with my grandpa if he's not seen that before. Oh. Cool. Well, it's always good if you learn something. Oh, right. It's subtitled. Oh, well, I mean, my grandpa only watches subtitles anyway because he's deaf. On iPlayer. Okay, cool. I'll have a look at that. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know what life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. I watched some of the bridge, but it was kind of depressing. And then I just got really confused, and then I forgot who everyone was. I had the same problem with the tunnel. Stop shaving your bloody beard! It's disgusting. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with a broken tip? That was Joe Dark's all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. It's just a red herring. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. We don't want him to clam up. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. The facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. Scars that the SLI incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. Sorry. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close to his brother. The day the Less Online incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in our investigation, save one, was taken care of. With Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gaunt and Lina Sky. The investigation lead Damon Gaunt and his second in command, Lina Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gaunt, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planted everything. That someone is Damon Gaunt. If you don't believe me, well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. I mean, drinking on the job probably shouldn't really be doing that. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Aww. I know he's a little bit of a dickwad, but, you know. He's nice. Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. If you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, we actually talked to her. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gaunt's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right, you can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Sure. There's a freaking organ in here. Ooh, in that picture. I want to see that picture. Chief's office. Excuse me! Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. It's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bard. I thought I was a genius. Until they tried teaching me. I could never remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Writer, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Yes. That's a picture of Lana kneeling me. Oh, look. Look at that award. And that weird-ass shaped vase thing. That's a picture of Lana. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. At least we've got it now. That is a really big K. Yep. Gant team picture added to the court record. He's doing that thing. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now, hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. We are welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. It could just be his office and... You know... You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. See, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No? Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Sounds serious. Because of what my sister said? Well, that's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Well, the Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumours going around about Mr. Edgeworth. Has amazing talent as a prosecutor's kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay Dick? Yes sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. I was genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? Only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realised Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with a murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Oh, it's all written in here somewhere, Koi. Oh, blah. It's all written in here somewhere, okay. His powers of recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the worded weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man, not witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by. Jogger came up on the scene and was killed as well. Now, a kid walked by just as he was burying the bodies. The jogger came up on the scene and was killed as well. Finally turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, as is all conjecture, I wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dak was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness? AKA Emma. And about this. Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. Sorry. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Sit, Detective, quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it has fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's why his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fibre. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. Switchblade updated. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Grant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out and about, and his office is locked. We'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, only detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. We still have Goodman's card. Just carry all this evidence. This is just so bad. Like, chain of custody, be damned, apparently. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. Oh, it won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. Damn. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Okay. Right. The photo then. I've seen it somewhere. Or maybe that's one of those memories. It's me uneasy. It's like I'm in a chief's office and it's yelling at me. Chief Gantz? Where could I have seen that before? This picture. The ID card record, isn't it? Yep. There's only one number left to investigate. 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 7777777. That's one too many sevens. Detective. An executive officer. I might just have a hunch. Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award. Okay, well, maybe we can't jog his memory now. Let's go see if Edgar's back. I wonder if Edgar's back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live for the past 2 years with rumours flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. He was trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Like some people, I don't have all day. Can we examine a piece of paper? What was writing before? Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Crazy, Edgeworth sitting right there. I have all... Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. It didn't even look. What? Letter of resignation? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Could show it to Gumshoe. Okay, now we'll talk to him. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. Police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. That bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. Police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I may have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? And Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. They never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists ran twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up in the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This? Yeah. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. So how do we have it? Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was when the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, yeah, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. First was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you've mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Oh, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learnt something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'd have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Interesting. Updated. Okay. February 24th. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? A star! I guess she's out of lunches. Certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kinda like the first cow who sucked a cow's nipple to discover the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go up digging on that case from 2 years ago. Everyone, I did not get the lunchbox achievement. What did I miss? Unless it doesn't unlock quite yet. Rewards? Interesting. I swear I hit all of them. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Ah! There we go! Just had to finish the conversation. Yeah. Excellent. It's like a... one out of 7 chance that is the achievement, one of the achievements that I needed. And then there's a 1 in 3 that finishing this case is one of the achievements I need. So, not great odds, and that's like what, 1 in 21? No, 1 in 10, 2 in 10, 1/5? No, that's not good odds. Anyway, there's some sort of odds that I get the 2 achievements I need today for my random to-do list. It's not really... I don't really care if I get them or not. I've got 10 this month, which is pretty good considering how drained I am. More virulent pink juice. But I just want to finish this case. Right. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made them all desperate. Huh? Lana Sky. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. You don't have proof anything illegal was done. And proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much of an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to become a prosecutor. Nothing quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gaunt and Lana Sky. Gaunt led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gaunt's magnetism in part was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to track evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, huh? You mean... Oh yeah, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana, all the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yeah, myself included. I was a fool really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as though she'd lost her own brother. If it weren't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Stop. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yeah, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Yoda! How you doing, Havor? How is it going? Chief. That's right. Having solved the SR9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office... What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she'd never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Mister. You listen to me, Ricky. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. I appreciate you talking to me. Police department. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I gotta make... I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I got on my persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. With my neck on the line. The office is the last crime scene in the SR9 incident. You have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yeah, tell him Edgy's resigning. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No, no way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him to this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too, but I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. We betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take me ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. We wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. That's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's IDs tucked swiftly in pockets. Take your dudes. Chief's office. Sorry, buddy. Here goes Mr. Wright. Click. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoes are gone. If that happens, I'm counting on you to buy me out. Gah! Someone just got slapped. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Yeah, slap ghosts. Don't do that to my card. I'll hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figure I'll have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Oh, come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Examine, and go, and slide. And do the drift. I was taken that day 2 years ago. The day Doc ran out the questioning room and tried to kill him. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, and then went along with Chief Gant to question Doc, but he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? The shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out and she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. Small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that park. Aww. Lana's desk sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. It's done it, looks like someone's keeping it clean. Has Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of the partnership. Think what the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? No clues. No. That giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside? Oh, this is the 15th floor. Oh, I was just saying. Saying what? Do we need to have a conversation, Gumshoe? Should we be worried about you? Ever since making Detective, I always had dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. The Chief's organ is to a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's what she said. It's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor in an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. He probably wears earplugs. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk! Speaking of that, when we heard earlier. He put something in his pocket, in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the lists run twice as long as this tool. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Okay, alright, let's have a butcher's. Oh. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Oh, it's nothing. It's moving about like that, Mr. Wright. I better not forget about this picture. Real deal. Taxpayer dollars. Don't have any taxes to pay. Careful of what you see, who's knows? Hiding in the salon as we speak. I don't think you'd fit in there. If you did, and if you could get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Far up, 15. If you drop the seat of ammo from here. First, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? Hardly seen he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Gotta love a huge window until you try and clean it. Well, we can't. It won't let us look at the actual list. Safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is alright with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number? I think I just know what it might be. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Code confirmed. Access granted. Go. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? The final ID number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 77777, that ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. It's can only mean one thing, that's Chief Gunt's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Heck, yeah. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. Some of it looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. It's a handprint. Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up the design? Well, yeah, I think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Right, we have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SR9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something to show the detective. Present one broken jar. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? When the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the D's. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. That was like yesterday. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards has an SR9 sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yeah, that one. It was in the safe. Now that you mention that, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble fragments. Let me see that shard and take a crack at it. Go ahead, pals. Show us what a rookie can do. So right, here's some glue. We can piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oops. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Grant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SR9 incident. But you guys get a load of this. So, this piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Ooh, it's a reddish line on the reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Stable jar updated. Can we spray it? Cute. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different though. Blood stains on the other piece are just spots, but this one's a line. It's odd. Is it odd enough? Which side is up, and what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? I don't know. Something else is bugging me more. Right. Take a look at the back of that phone panel. Right? Yes, I've already had a look. Okay, talk. Desk on the inside of that room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's why I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. Us as entirely Chief Scant's officers now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be on alert. I told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady is in each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You already keep here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why'd you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... Nah. No, there's no we. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect to you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Oh, he's totally sus. Totally sus. Sus. Beyond sus. Moida. Chief Gant, it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Excuse me. A lot better now that jar's complete. But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Wasn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of the trial might just hinge on this. Studying up on the files, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing me of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case of Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, I was a pretty big deal while it's going on, you know. After all, serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Take some fingerprints. That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints you want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, he. Ah, the one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humour? Mr. Wright, check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told a millionth time. Alright, let's get it over with. Let's just go with our standard index pointer. Get my best shot. Doesn't okay. Let's try a different finger. It's Emma's? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? Huh. Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. You over here? What's going on? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was that any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Count! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out of a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Jimmy and me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Misa? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now, get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wheat, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Misa? I'd like a word with you. Sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Let's get out of here with the evidence. He's not going to hurt a 16-year-old girl, is he? Mr. Wright. He's going to threaten her. That's what men like him do. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. Because Lana thinks her sister did it and she's covering for her. That's why. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask us some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. No use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Ah, once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. And that's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Would you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, those are serious offences. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Demon Gant. Otherwise known as Demon Gent. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in the safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. The murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Mal Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one that murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hands. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then, she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. And the star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the dark case 2 years ago. It's over with and I didn't want it to ever be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, then the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. It was exhaust pipe. But did you not expect it would be found? Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what had happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my mudflat. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. And that would explain why Emma is so confident. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gantz, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he hadn't made up his mind to break in the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. Saving content. Save your progress. And this is a perfect time to take a tea break. And then we should just have the trial and the cleanup. So we'll have a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment or two. It's like a chucky bar. Right. Guilty. Not yet. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is Defendant Lobby, alright, but where's the defendant? Been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Whisper. And where's Emma, for that matter? Almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. The owner of the 7777 ID number, as that is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday, because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. No one's been talking. Why would anyone be told to be quiet? Feel the tired. Don't you have to go out for a walk soon? Or have you done that already and that's why you've got a dog on you? If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. Ah, you're just back from it. No worries. It's fine, you know. I'm doing the reading. It's okay if people don't want to talk. No! Naughty Milo! They should have maintained the fence. It's hardly your fault. Dog's gonna dog. Ow. Though I suppose that if you couldn't get in to get him out, that could be a problem. Oh no. Poor Milo. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. Ah, well that's handy. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth. Did he have to have a bath? Did he get bubbles? And a squeaky toy? I don't have a squeaky toy in my bath, but I do have bubbles. Draw it out of her. Truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. No time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. Instant bath time. The aftermath of a level or the before math of a level? I've not played it yet. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her. No. The before. Oh dear. Well, they're bathrooms. They're designed to be cleanable. Or easily cleanable. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defence is ready, Your Honour. The prosecution is ready, Your Honour. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? Oh, tomorrow's job. Oh dear. No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. You don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant. Yes, Judge is Udgy, because Judge, and Edgeworth is worthy, or unworthy, and I'm righto. I've got chocolate on my pants, trousers, jeans. Jim, no, it's just he's got nicknames for everyone, but that means the judge's name is actually Judge. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. I know, but he's got cutesy little nicknames for everyone. What's all this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honour, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't. Your Honour, the defendant's claim does not change the defence's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honour, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. Objection! I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Can't be happening! Come on, Edgeworth, object for me, baby, object! It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. He's tried to say this 3 times now. Objection! One moment, Your Honour. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. and subject to litigation in the future. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Huh? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. I love him so much. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honour, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. It's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words, my boy. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Dun dun dun! 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. Passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell Mr. Edgeworth, what does his please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does his testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honour. What to admire for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defence may begin its cross-examination. What, even though I've been fired? Never forget. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yeah, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. No more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? A picture? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. It was on the back of the list. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Seems to have been lost. Present. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list. This online incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it. Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Sorry about all the yawns. I'm a bit exhausted. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. If they're not copies of these things? Like, surely there should be multiple copies of these things. It's possible. Let's see. You never looked at the back of the piece of paper. Honestly, you never looked at the back of the piece of paper. Do you even have to ask? What's wrong? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! that thing! The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. The bloody blue badger. No, it's not the blue badger, it's that bloody pot. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with him? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Next to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, don't see any contradictions here. Nope, but I'm still going to press on it. It's odd. Clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defence may now begin its cross-examination. Picture, flash of lightning. Picture shows exactly what I saw. Okay. Sorry for asking many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. Wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or you might find some way to cover my salary. I drew this picture before I'd heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Oh well. Strange, she claims, and yet it's clearly a contradiction. Back. She said, stabbed to the heart. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. Part contradicts the autopsy report. This is the moment it's killed. Why does the weapon not have a point? Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Squared off, but yes. Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Objection! Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Objection! Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? Objection! The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Objection! That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. She was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Objection! Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Objection! Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? I need to remember to get my battery pack out. Your Honour, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. This department and the prosecutor's office were holding a certain ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Field Marshal questioned Joe Dark along with David Gunn. Sorry. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. Or so we are told. It's my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. The witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observation, McNary. Mr. Wright. In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then. Do you have some other information about this other broken knife? So please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder, and there's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here in this picture. It's a picture of the award ceremony. Ah. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! The prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it. Wait. I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? This list? One with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honour. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? Should be interesting. Oh, when I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I looked away the man with the knife. Just then was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Certainly most unusual. Try impossible. Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Anna? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? Got to show them. Correct angle to look at this from. Okay. Can't show it. You cannot accept. I've got to find the right angle. Okay, rotate it a bit more. We're nearly there. It's going to make me reset again. Great. Thanks. Ah, come on. It's really finicky. It looks pretty good to me, right? I need to find a picture because I'm apparently not rotating it right. Whoever made this minigame is evil incarnate. Ah! I was so close both times. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? The badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that they know the witness saw this jar? Allow me to take these in turn. The moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. A very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen the jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gunt. The body was found near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is those two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Demon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. Too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instance, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have had to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? Ooh, the very sharp, pointy... Ooh. Ah. Suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. that moment. Assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Hmm. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So would the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. She was 14 and she thought she was saving somebody. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Miss Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Hi, Guy! Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove with this evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. Or did you have a good sleep? I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. You certainly can't get dead people to testify. It's been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? We'll think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it might be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. It's the wobbly jar! The message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten that it's just a jar. Message was left here on the surface of the jar. I mean, yeah, he's basically he's trying to be a defense attorney. It's so cute. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave a message behind. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No! I wonder if it spells Emma. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honour, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Got to connect dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances, his murderer's name. Defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. I mean, to be fair, it's still the same ethics he had before. He cares about the truth. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in this case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone might say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! Order in my courtroom. Gavel pounding fell on deaf ears. Yes, Gant is, but I mean, you know what he is. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Leaving content. Do not turn off your thing. Yes, I will save. Thank you very much. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby No. 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? I've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it that Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Oh God, what did she think of us? Evidence law. I should have talking about this just the other day. You must know the true rules of evidence law. I mean, if we're a defense attorney and we don't know them, you know, that's probably not a good sign. Rule 1. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you this message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into a pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Well, let's have a look-see. No evidence should be shown without the approval of the police department, and registered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Gaunt is French for glove. But Damon Gaunt, if you change the A's to E's, becomes Demon Gent. Which I prefer. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Oh, but I want to go to bed. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's all been ruined with this forged evidence you're unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You're kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, detective. Of course it is. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. We're near the end, though, I think. Maybe another hour. Just to be realistic. February 25th, 1252, District Court, number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honour. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honour. Yes, well, ahem. Normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, ahem. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honour. I can have a solution. Solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defence to call for further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement. A very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Sure, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defence accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defence may now call forth the next witness. Of course it is, Kai. Of course it is. Does the defence not get to call witnesses in whatever court of law that is? This is usually they do in the UK. Mr. Wright, you do realise this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Defence calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gaunt. The defence calls Damon Gaunt to the stand. Damon Gaunt? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honour? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is it, some kind of practical joke? It's just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Acting? Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. The SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. You can see I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. You had nothing to do with the forgery. Why did you have part of the jar in your safe, dude? Oh, no worries. Thanks for stopping by, Leaky, and thank you for hosting. Sleep well? You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So he admits it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? What do you mean you? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only one capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Where would I have got it from? Isn't that right, Writer? Objection! However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. I could just be fired this time. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. It's a good thing Gumshoe came along then. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. We did. We made 4. You're trying to make it 5. Evidence and forgery. Let's see now. What was it? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. I know, right, Dan? Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Yeah, your arrest. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today as well, you know. All right, Archie. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Really, Chief Count? At the very least, there is one large benefit you reap from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? Would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. And the resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Ugh. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up with the one being pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You won't be better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. Right? You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. That's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, it would have helped someone else. True, you might not help anyone out for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, He would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? So, what do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Anna Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? How is this guy a judge? Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence, your motive to appoint you as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. But the thing about Emma is out now, so I'm afraid without any proof, all this amounts to is nothing more mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor had been acting strangely throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. So what do you mean? What he means, Your Honour, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. They make such a good team! Not only that, the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? Order, I said, order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Accuse the Chief of Police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! Your Honour, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. Too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The Chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. Question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, then it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties the Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. What did I do? Oh no, I just went into my badge. Okay. I'm like, I know what I need. I want the ID list. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. 7-digit code. 7 digits you don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honour. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Ooh, he's got a wibbly eyebrow. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defence is searching my office in violation of regulations. I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. Days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honour. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief on the day of the crime. Detective Goodman had lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman... Oh, cheers! So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it? How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. I, the Chief of Police, murdered Paul Goodman. Is that what you're saying? Exactly. But wait. The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes! Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. I don't think he's happy. Oh. No! Chief Gant, you didn't. Murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. Objection! You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police station the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the Chief of Police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How would the Chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. It's a good thing it's a Y to present. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? Screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is a screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gaunt, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yeah. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Lana Sky. Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Get back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. It's not a photo of a body bin stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It's exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Wright-o, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Objection, but the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Objection. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of the body? I have no concrete proof. I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. CRG? In that case, this court is forced to penalise you for your allegations against the Chief. Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Mr. Wright-o. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, RG, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer of our nation's law enforcement agency. Objection. Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honour of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gaunt has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... Lana Skye. The defendant? Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. He's threatening the witness, Your Honor. Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claim anyway, right? Just something to think about? All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Obsequious asshole. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. 2:04. Do we not get lunch? We've got 50. We should have lunch. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knot girl you used to work with. Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of news now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. The right to be casually invoked. Risks. Risks. What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I'd been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. Don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally really know what happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now I knocked Mr. Marshall into that. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. To be continued. We'll take another short break. Shorter break. Just a stretch, to be fair, because I'm sitting in this position for a little while. We've got the end of the trial, but it's still worth having a small break. we're back. Final part. Like a phoenix, or rise from the ashes. Whoops. What a coincidence our name is Phoenix. February 25th, 221, District Courtroom, number 9. Mamba number 5. Do, 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody on, come on, let's jump to the liquor store around the corner. The boys say they want some gin and juice, but I really don't want it. Okay, sorry. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? The final bit. Moment of truth. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I am sure you are aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done in the past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. That is a scientific fact. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. The only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I am confessing to a capital offence. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defence may now begin its cross-examination. You say you did this by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor's award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up lies with more lies. Just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted inside the wound, and then moved the body. Planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there, then? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason the sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatening the plan. This jar? Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order! Order! Your Honour, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces in the jar. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defence may now begin its cross-examination. Why was there one in the safe then? Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. I even once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? Yes. Yes, we can. Have you forgotten, Your Honour? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honour, can you answer us that? No. No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Ah! No, I did it on my own. Please, sir, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, may I be right after all? What do you mean, Mr. Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witnesses may testify once more for the final time. Final testimony. Actual crime scene. Okay. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armour's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought, she did it. Why would you think she did it and not Dark? That's why I raised all the evidence that linked to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armour's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember seeing any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. It's really cute. There's a little detective. Oh, hello. What's this? Phew. Hello. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. Someone's picture inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be? Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. This? Handprint, isn't it? Oh, then her fingerprints fingerprints on it. Whatever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. They arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that sleeping on the sword. Ooh, okay. Now who we hold? Oh god, it's gone again. Come on now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for trial I've ever seen. Chief Gaunt. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? So I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Gack. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gaunt? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, can't just let you pin me up. As the murderer, I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean, ow, you admit to it? Ow. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Skye. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. You just admitted to crime scene tampering. That's a crime. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? Same reason Lana took the photo. It was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead when forging the evidence? What do you take me for, fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana. God, wipe the blood off all the pieces. Objection. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Wright-o, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Why would you be portrayed as a murderer? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. Been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Show evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requested him immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean? It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, Edgeworth. Ho, ho, ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. Well, think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to, there's too many twos in that, is Emma. Emma Skye. What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh. Really something, Writer? You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Hold it! How could you, you monster! Miss Skye, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. She really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offence. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Why don't you tell me? Before I do that, it's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Ooh! Every single time we're going to be a bloody badge. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is a picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. Anyone see the problem? See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. It's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. There's no blood on it. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. Did you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally over. That was close, Wright. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, Wrighto here concealed that piece of cloth. It's your excuse, you do have some conclusive evidence. Don't have evidence I can present at this time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth became illegal evidence, but that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Actually, I'm afraid Miss Gantz came as legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? Seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal? No. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe... Objection. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. I have a book. This is my proof, Your Honour. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence should be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Objection. Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. Oh, he's totally on trial here. He's incriminating himself. It's great. The legal system in this thing is weird. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of flip out the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth. It's conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person that could have been. Damon Gant. The killer was you. No. No, he's still a defense attorney, he's just not defending Lana Skye anymore. Okay, I'm not doing this laugh. Just assume evil laugh. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wants to reinvestigate the case. Recruited Angel Starr and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yes, that's right. The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find out the... Oh, what am I doing? Accent. He was... The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. That was terrible, but, you know, roll with it. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please We don't have a voice for him. Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. A bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. Ooh, it wants to turn my TV off. I'm not finished yet. Nearly, but not quite. I could just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realise my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. You put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? I think a lot more than us detectives ever will. Which was angry. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragment in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. He's not one man, he's got me! Objection! Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Ajay. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Demogant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Ajay. Thanks for all the memories, though. Did it kill you? Sure. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Dim and Gamp betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. And history will say they were roommates. Like this. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. Standards you have for a rookie. Or history will say that they were best friends. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past 3 days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honour? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honour. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honour. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. And she knows her sister didn't commit murder. I'd be happy and smiling at that too. If I had a sister. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. Yeah. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Nearly done, which is good because it's nearly bedtime. Long last, it's finally over. Emma. Why the face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mere Face thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over the past few days. You've done well. She smiled. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh, open up. Interrupting anything, pals? Of course you always are. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Detective Gumshoe, get your ass back here. What is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal? Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess. This. I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realise I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realise it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Sis, you don't have to apologise. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Because he was a serial killer? No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. They didn't really explain why Gant killed the prosecutor, unless it really was just faking evidence and manipulating people. Just a really shitty reason to kill someone. So the only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Looks so grumpy. Where's he hiding? Probably behind a potted plant. I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. You were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone might say, I realised today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You can learn from their mistakes. You said in order to fight crime on my own I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. This is what I said. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show me what Mum's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth or I would have been able to find on our own. Oh, the evidence list. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth? If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Mr. Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here. This is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that in their lives, that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. What is it, detective? That's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it might be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, I wasn't cheap either. Huh? Where you go, detective? I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Huh? Is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. I got an idea. Why don't we all go and pick it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection? Ah, credits. Excellent. I mean, listen, okay, the only really awkward thing... I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. The only really janky one was trying to reorient that bloody vase. That was the only really janky, puzzly thing. The fingerprint powder wasn't too bad. I was expecting a lot worse. Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorised investigation of the chief's office. If we penalised you anymore, it'd be worse than fining you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. I like Gumshoe. Excellent. Okay, well, both those second halves took way longer than I thought they would. But yeah, a case in 3 parts. And we're done now, so we should get an achievement at the end of this. And then I can go to bed. And then I'll be back next Tuesday with something. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. I've been demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. Who's Billy? I'll show him though. Someday I'm going to make a detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Okay. Is he partnered with the Blue Badger? Who's Billy? Oh no! The Blue Badger! It's broken! Justice for All's next. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? My star managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Oh, the cactus Billy. I know that wasn't his accent. At this point, I've lost it. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. It's a farewell gift. I put a new meal on the menu. The rat whale lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Can you eat together? And we've still got 2 more entire games to play. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Was it the left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway. I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel! Sorry, gotta go. Oh my god, you get to see his chair. So yeah, there's 2 whole more games, and this was like... Well, I mean, just this particular case was like 11 hours. So we're looking at possibly like 20 per game. More than that, 24 per game, possibly. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a fully fledged spirit medium. Mystic Mayor! Afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Well, this one's got Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations in it. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Yeah, I know, but those aren't available on Xbox, so I can't play them. I can only do Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Why, did you put a picture of her in there or something? Aww. We only get a very brief look at that. Oh no, we now get a better brief. Look at that! Look how cute she is! She's so tiny! So adorable. Look at that smushy face. And bleep bloop. Rise from the ashes. Get Phoenix to flame. Player episode 5, and that's completes the entire Ace Attorney game. The original. So, as this is the trilogy, the next one's Justice for All, and then there's Trials and Tribulations, which I can play in any order. So that was from 2001, and then re-released in 2019. So that is 21 years old. This game can drink in America. This one's from 2002, and then this one's from 2004. So I played all those on the DS. Then the other ones, I think I got Hollow Justice also, but then I don't know if I've played. I definitely not played the Layton crossover because that was on the 3DS. I don't know about the prequels and the Edgeworth spin-offs, but I have got some on my phone that I will play at some point. I was just sort of hoping that since 2019 they'd bring out more of them on the Xbox. Maybe this one didn't sell as well. I don't know. Because I'd buy them. So yeah. It was the end of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I'm going to bed. Not to sleep, I'm just going to go to bed. I am tired. Right, so I am going to see my grandpa for the long bank holiday weekend. So I'll be back streaming on... Yeah, and I never had a 3DS, I just had the DS. No, wait, hang on. Yes, I just had a DS. I didn't have the 3DS. So, same Kai. I didn't see the point in buying it because I didn't like 3D at the time. Well, they've only ported these 3 as a trilogy. They haven't done any of them. Any of the other ones. I don't know why. As I said, maybe this one didn't get a great selling, so they didn't think there was point. Maybe COVID got in the way and just got delayed, so they haven't announced it. But yes, long weekend. I'll be away. There'll be no streams this weekend. I've altered it in the schedule. But I'm back on Tuesday. It may or may not be a co-stream. I am too tired to figure that out now. I don't even know what game I want to play, so I will figure that out closer to the time and be in touch. Jesse, if you're watching the end of the stream, I don't know, I'm sorry. I will try and message you not when you are doing something, but as I am not going to be watching any streams this weekend, if I do, please reply. So yeah, so I will catch all of you lovely peoples later. Thank you so much to Alu for the raid and to everyone who posted. I've been Joe, otherwise known as Angel SK. This has been Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the final case, Rise from the Ashes, and we nailed it. Justice has been served. And I wish all you wonderful folks a lovely rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time period. See you later. Bye.